Tesla breaking out. Look along there. Give me. Student mode.
Yeah, I basically feel it feels like we won versus the anticipated result.
UTR now trading above the pre-market highs.
I got some long in field, yeah.
Yeah. Do you took that as an opening range break?
Yeah, opening range break, yeah.
Let's see.
MSCR, pre-market highs. If it breaks, we'll be looking for a hitchhiker, 9 EMA.
Oh, KVH getting melted.
That's volume right there. KVH. Is that breaking news?
Check. Oh, wow.
There's no way that's the, I mean, that would be a very, very late open if that's the case.
Let me see if there's news.
It's a nice ticker. Yeah,
It
right.
is a nicey, yeah, but like to open up at 936.
I'm not seeing anything.
Usually have the
Strongly bid in field, yeah, from 67.30.
nice.
Alright, MSTR and Riot. Breaking pre-market highs. We'll be looking at Riot, maybe a hitchhiker, 9 EMA. Just letting it run.
I have the 420.
And there goes the video.
Oh yeah, I think. Yeah.
I mean, Tesla's leading the way, but Nvidia's catching, it's basically lagging behind.
Looking at right here, 1246.
Well, so I think
We'll review it on Nvidia. The 9.
sorry, like, meeting. I'll watch that. I'll watch that. Well,
Switching to Tesla 2 in the 5-minute chart now.
Looking for like a C quality Tesla 90 MA. Okay.
No way. Alright. Nice. Don't know what the account information. Oh, cool.
I have 60. I think flat is so good.
Here's the high of the testing pre-market highs. This 510 is going to be very important.
I was very into I only shorted here. All of my. Is it like? Yes, we did. So. I think it's about. Go and see it's double prices.
Q's looks like a stuff into pre-market highs.
Enemies are rejecting. Looking at Tesla if we set higher high to alter the position.
This is like an F trade on Tesla for the 990. Taking it.
Didn't reach the NIMA. Now testing the NIMA Tesla. Let's see. The NIMA is kind of flat, so let's see.
Oh yeah, that's what you don't want to see too. The 90 might be in flat.
Yeah,
You want to see steady grinding up.
Shit. Oh, why it's tanking.
I'm looking at Riot here, 1248. For a view up continuation. To previous bar break as a stop. Ruskin 10 cents, 12 cents.
beating a low day.
Like what I'm supposed to do. Very sure. That's
Riot is now looking more like a fashionably late to the short side. If it breaks that 1238, 1237, probably take it into low day. Check out Tesla here, 417, pre-market highs, VWAP.
What price do you have BWAP?
460, 70.
416?
70. 416.70.
I have 415.20. Yeah, seems like the market is going to do ranges. So
Yeah, I don't see anything.
after failing to continue higher.
The first few that mentioned.
Riot bouncing from that VWAP area. Reclaim Delta 9, 5, and the 21. Rigatoni, Hitchhiker. $7.80, 740 stop, risking 40 cents for Rigatoni.
You're an Enrique.
No, I'm just watching. But that's the plan. Buying a pullback, 770s, 760s, risking 30 cents, continuation higher. Tesla fashion to relate to the short side here, 415 break. QSO also breaking below VWAP. Probably MSTR2 for fashion to relate. It's trading the same as Invit. Oh, never mind. for the fashionably late, just 416 stop. Draw the 9 EMA. Q slow day. Riot breaking VWAP. I'll be out of the long there. 1240 break. Try bouncing from VWAP. Rejected. 1250s, 1260s. Rolled over, broke VWAP. You out of the long there.
It's a pretty good actually playoff. The big number.
MSTR also setting up for a fashionably late. Double bottom, rejected below VWAP. 344. 342 breaks. 345 stop.
Also, and say that. Yeah, I do feel that.
Tesla coming into low day.
I was very compelled by like started looking.
Locking some in and MSTR for that fashion to be late 338 until the 9 a.m. support. The same in Tesla 412 into the low day, trailing the rest using the 9 EMA. Tesla rejecting the 21 EMA. Same as the Qs. Qs also rejecting that low day, pre-market lows. Looking for MSTR to reject here, VWAP 344. Qs reclaim low day again. I'll be out of that Tesla short. No hitchhikers today. Looking at Hood. Open range break 4260 in 5 minute.
Like those like figure out, figure out type slots.
Hi, Dayan Hood.
Just made a weird name for this storm. Yeah. Anything on Bloomberg? Yep, like one. No. I've tried doing that for over a year, bro. I've tried doing that for It's not that it's the norm. It's just the normal penny stock.
Ricky, you still ate anything?
Nope.
Yeah, otherwise it was not
Just
bad.
watching. TSM, fashionably late.
I did my you
Oh, that's good.
that's true.
Probably the same type of market yesterday, just range bound.
What was the headline? They can't read it. If you got things like that. But like, I'm dead serious. Like, it's like every one person who's ever. Like,
Oh, I'm hungry.
only see, but actually, I, yeah, that's way different.
Yo, why is Fannie Mae running? Home price growth. Oh, maybe that's why.
Same rips, guys. No, Investigated. I don't care either. I just think about it. On that side. I don't know if I can. Policy doesn't worry him, and then the time. Real size. I was so spraying. Did you watch? I was watching it. But then I hit the spray. On the 2 minute it was nice. Yeah, but where's the one? Where did it go? Very. Where's it?
Tesla coming into low daybreak. Yeah, I'm hungry.
momentum in other markets around the world, and that full price business is strong.
Looking to see if Tesla sets up for a second chance short. 412 rejection.
I really was. If not,
Short little Tesla there. 411 rejection. 412.50 stop.
Recording in
Um,
progress.
and we're potentially putting in like a bottom yesterday, and now we're trading into resistance. Like, I don't want to get too bullish about that. What's working is shorting pops into resistance. Like, that's been working pretty well. We've been putting in lower highs. So this morning, my thought was, okay, on the long side, I'm going to be move to move. And also, if I see that the market starts failing, I may consider putting on a short. Like, I don't want to be thinking trades to hold on the long side after, like, we held 500, we had a big move into the close, and then we're getting a positive reaction from PPI into like resistance. I think the time to be like bullish and put on longs was yesterday into the close. I know that that's what my mentor did. He said, hey, we held 500 in the Qs and we're closing strong. So I'm going to buy stocks that have been strong. I'm going to buy market leaders from sort of like the past, 3 months or so. And he bought on the close PLTR, IBIT, Tesla, and he sold most of it into the gap this morning. I think like that was a pretty decent long setup. And today coming into resistance, like it's hard to be very bullish about that. Any like questions about that or thoughts? Who's my mentor? His name is K-Fitz. He's been on the desk for maybe like 15 years. Okay. So we're thinking, move to move, and I'll talk about what I did this morning, which wasn't too much, but the trades I took worked out pretty well so far. Tesla was a main watch this morning. Out of all of the stocks that I sort of watched that rallied into the close, like this was the strongest one, and even had that like after hour push, which was nice. And then, this morning, I'm just leaning long on this. Kind of had this little dip into PPI, and then we ripped back up. We broke above like this after hours pre-market resistance, and we're opening up above that. So this wasn't a high risk trade by any means. I was risking a little less than 10% of my daily stop on this. And that's usually the amount of risk I'll allocate to like opening drives and tape sort of trades. So I'll discuss what I was watching here. And we want to look at the QQQ side by side. Okay. So first thing that I observe after PPI is that we find resistance at 416 in Tesla. And then on the downside, this 413 holds, which, sort of like the zoom out a little bit, resistance from after hours and pre-market turning into support. So I marked those levels off. Those are sort of my key levels there. And I'm watching it off the open alongside the Qs. We had a first move down in Tesla. Tesla holds 413, pushes up to the top of the pre-market range, PPI range, fails from 416, holds 413 again, holds 413 again. And at the same time, the Qs are also holding their support from PPI. You see like this 508 level here in the Qs. Then we sort of get like this definitive break of 416. This 1 minute bar closes above 416, which is the pre-market high. And that also coincides with a turn in the Qs, which is really nice. But I want to see if Qs is able to like take out that intraday high. And I also, I love to keep things simple. I also drew like this sort of downtrend line from PPI. So you can see we put in the high, tested it. We have the support. at 508. And I'm looking to see like if we break through highs, the intraday high, the morning high, and we also break this downtrend line. And while that happens, interestingly enough, like Tesla dips, and now I'm using my tape reading skills. Like, I always get like asked, what do you pay most attention to, like the tape or the chart? And I say like I'm watching the tape and glancing over at the chart, especially in the morning, like hyper fixated on the level 2 in time and sales. And I noticed that this buyer that was at 413 steps up to 415. And 415 gets bought, 415 gets bought again. Like every time it gets below that 415, it immediately rebids aggressively back above 415. So on this rebid here, I'm now noticing that the Qs at the same time are breaking that downtrend from the PPI high, and we're putting in a new intraday high. And that gives me the green light, and I could sort of keep my risk pretty tight where I could risk, and sometimes I like to like stagger my stops. So if I think that like there's like a significant buyer at 415, and now we're breaking to new highs in the Qs, we should have those tailwinds at our back from the overall market. So I got long 415.70s. And for half of the position, I put the stop below these two candles here. So just below 414.20. And I put the other half at low of day, just accepting that risk, which was like roughly 10% of my daily stop. So you can see how I'm sort of like putting the pieces of the puzzle together off the open, using the price action in the overall market, my levels in the overall market, using the price action in tape in Tesla and the levels in Tesla to put together like this opening drive momentum sort of like tape idea. From there, we get a nice push up, and you can see that volume come in, which is a nice check in favor. And this is just an opening drive. This is not like a trade to hold for me or anything like that. You know, I'm looking for like a quick scalp to the upside with the overall market, especially because, you know, bigger picture, we're coming into resistance in the Qs. And I'll just highlight that again, like this 510 area. Potential resistance. And then what I like to do for opening drives is like anytime, you know, we get a nice push and start to slow down, I'm usually selling like 15 to 20% at a time. Like this is an opening drive. I'm just looking to take advantage of like very short-term strength and sell into strength. And then we push above 420. And I'm just selling the rest on that push above 420. And that's really like all that I'm looking for in that trade. And I'm just taking a look at the chat. Are you paying attention to VWAP in the Qs? Yeah, good to point that out. It's also, you know, a nice little check in favor that Qs are able to hold support at 508 and then reclaim VWAP. So that's sort of like another check in favor from the overall market that we're getting. Justin says, I wanted to stay nimble this morning as I wasn't convinced on any direction. Scalped Tesla this morning. Yeah. And when we're sort of like, you know, conflicted, right? Like I was saying, well, you know, we could have put in a bottom yesterday, but at the same time, we've been in a downtrend and we're coming into resistance. Like when you just don't have conviction on either side, I think that you should just be in move to move mode. Move to move trading until you get like a better idea of what the market's going to do. That trade is the back through open. Yeah, the Q set up a really nice back through open. Like I love when the back through open holds. When we get like first move down into support, reclaim VWAP, go green. So really solid back through open there. The Tesla, yeah, it's technically a back through open, but it didn't set up as clean as like the one in the Qs did. But I was just focused on Tesla because out of all of like the mega cap leaders that I watch, like this was the strongest one. So I thought it made sense to, play along in Tesla today. How do you know that buyer is the same? Yeah, so it's just the market maker. And if you go back, I'm sure some of you have what's it called? The drawing a blank here. Trader Sim. There you go. You might be able to catch that. Thank you. Artist says, what's your basic daily checklist for understanding market context? Yeah, well, first things first is doing that like higher time frame technical analysis, like what type of market environment we're in. We're in a downtrending market defined as lower highs, lower lows, marking off like clear resistance, support levels for the overall market. Seeing if we have any like macroeconomic news that can move the market. And then from there, like it just comes down to like I'm constantly watching the tick, the Vold ratio, and the advanced decline, and trying to like put the pieces of the puzzle together. And I think today was like a little tricky because like if we actually look at the tick here, since we're looking at NASDAQ, we'll look at tick Q. The tick could be like it's a great indicator and it works most of the time, right? Like nothing always works 100% in trading. And I think like this is one of those examples today because let me throw up the Vold ratio as well. Today is an example of like internals not giving us the best view of like what the market might do. Like we had a big gap up, right? So we opened up with a really high tick. Usually if you open up like 1,000, 1,200 tick, you're going to revert back to zero. And then like we held zero and then we had another positive 1,000 tick. So if you're just looking at the tick, market seems really strong. On the other hand, the Vold ratio, which has been slowly like decrementing since this morning, started off as, I believe it was +3 for NYSE and then just slightly below 3 for NASDAQ, which is definitely on the bullish side. So the internals were sort of like bullish this morning, right? They work most of the time. This morning, they didn't really indicate to us that we would have like this downtrend and take out the PPI initial reaction low. So internals didn't give us the best picture this morning. Also, ADD plays a little bit of a part, opening up like really positive in the advanced decline as well. So my thought process with the Qs was, and this isn't something that I would allocate a lot of risk to. So let's talk about this trade. So after I played the opening drive in Tesla, I want to stick with my idea that we're in a downtrending market. And this is like the first time that the Qs are really popping into, like, in my opinion, a really big resistance level here at 510. It's previous support that could turn into resistance. It's the first test of this. And we had a nice move off the lows yesterday into a gap up, which makes this trade attractive to me. We popped into that 510 level, also the PPI initial reaction high. and started to fail. When that happened, I actually went ahead and I bought the $500 puts that expire on Friday in the overall market, with the idea that like it's a really tight risk reward, where if the market starts holding above this 510, then I'll just take those puts off. They won't decay too much, so sort of just risking like, you know, the not the premium, but kind of just doing quick math and roughly estimating via the delta, like how much I stand to lose if Qs start holding above 510, and like calculating my risk that way. So we follow through the downside, we hold, and this, I always look at this like non-farm payrolls, PPI, CPIs tomorrow. Like I always paying attention to the initial reaction low, and the reaction high. So we failed from the reaction high, then we held the initial reaction low, bounced back up again, and then put in a lower high and a lower low, which is really nice. And let me check. Now, these are up, and they were a little expensive given like CPI is tomorrow. So I do think I actually could have played this idea a little better. I probably should have just traded stock, if I'm being honest. You know, but these are up, 50% right now. So what I'll do is I'll sell a little bit to cover risk on them. And then ideally we could get like another leg down, cover some more risk. And then I have like, if we close below 506 today, I think that would set up like a nice trade into CPI. So I could potentially sort of have like almost a risk-free trade into CPI. Because maybe CPI comes out a little bit hot, and then we sell off again and potentially break like 500 and could walk into like a nice trade there. But you can see how like I'm really just keeping it simple with this idea, right? First time we're trading into 510 resistance in the market. 510 also the initial reaction high from CPI, which it failed from. So we're sort of like getting some evidence that 510 is going to act as resistance, and then it happens again. You have this double top, you have the turn. All right, let me try this idea via options, via puts for this week.
What would be your thoughts on shorting just before like 11 a.m. once price makes kind of like a lower high at 507, then breaks the lows like 506
right in
area?
Here?
Yeah, like after that kind of fails.
Yeah, so thoughts on that. You don't want to, so just to put it out there, like something that I would never do is like short lows like this and like say maybe something along the lines of like, this is an opening range breakdown and short this. Like that is something that I would never do, especially given the strong market internals. And you could see like anyone that shorted this breakdown, like they immediately got squeezed out. You need to be shorting turns from strength. So you look for the strength, you wait for the turn. I think like this is a decent short in here, and maybe we could see something in the tick that could have gotten us into this trade. Not really, not really. But what you could say is you could say, okay, we failed 510, tried to trade back to 510 resistance, put in a lower high, lower low. So like that's an additional check that the market's like showing that we could fail from this resistance. And I think if you were going to short anywhere, like after we put in this new low, we have the opening range out of the way. We have proof that this 510 is going to be resistance, and then we have proof through a lower high and a lower low. So I think taking this short into like the 21 EMA and that 508 sort of support, support, pre-market support off the open, break through that. So I think like taking this short in here versus a hold back above 508 is a pretty decent spot to get short. Like if you didn't short the turn here, or you didn't short the turn here, like I really think that this is sort of like your last chance to express that idea in here. Because you're getting that pop into like that previous support, turning to resistance. You're also getting that first pop into the 21 EMA. No, Andy, I don't always put on options positions for indices prior to macro news releases. But I think that, this made sense to me. Someone asked to go over RGTI. Yeah, I really wish I caught this bounce idea this morning. I just don't do well when I have an idea. Like I definitely thought RGTI could bounce today. And also, for those that don't know, RGTI's CEO is doing a fireside chat from 11:45 Eastern to 12:25 Eastern. And that was another reason why I thought it could bounce, aside from the fact that, it's overextended to the downside at this point. And I guess it's just worth mentioning that I think this is definitely, and I know you guys went over this with Jeff, this RGTI short, when Jensen said that he thinks quantum is 30 years out. I think he said like 10 to 15, actually, probably more like 30 years. Like that is just like, as far as like news catalysts go, like, I mean, that's a 10 out of 10. And if you're sitting at your desk after hours, I think it came out like a little bit, I think it came out like around 5. You just short that. And you hold it overnight. And I think like so far that was the trade of the month. And I'll just say like 90% of my P&L so far this month is from just that trade alone. It's interesting how, I'm sure you talk about this with Jeff and other traders, but one opportunity could sort of like make your month. So we're halfway through the month and 90% of my P&L came from this trade. So definitely one to go back and review and playbook for those that did not playbook it yet.
Yeah, I do have some questions for that trade. How did you feel about the volume coming just right after the headline?
Yeah, something I think about is like you're not really going to get like institutional participation off of that. Not many traders, especially the retail, that I think is like the crowd that's really driving this higher. Like after it broke out here, like sort of just that FOMO, like they're not going to be at their desk like actively trading. And from what I remember, RGTI was doing like 250,000 shares a minute after the news release. So like liquidity was fine for me. It was fine. And you sort of just have to have the idea that like these are overextended to the upside. So even if you're shorting like 3 points down from like the on-change price from the news, like it's still a really good risk reward trade. So, shorting like, I don't know, I think it was like three points down. You just have to be willing to accept the on-change price from when the news was released. So as long as you're sizing to that, you're accepting that risk, and you're thinking along the lines of trade to hold, it's fine. jumping into like this bounce trade from today, like I think it was a really great trade, but something that I struggle with on like bounce ideas like this is when they just go straight up off the open. It's really hard for me to get involved in this opening drive. Like I really like to see like a pullback to like a prior days or pre-market support level, and we just didn't get that, so missed out on this move this morning. Chase says, would that be a 10% risk allocation or less for an after hours play? No, it was, if I got stopped out on that, I would have been down like 60% of a daily stop. So it was a high risk, definitely a high risk scenario again, because it was a 10 out of 10 catalyst. Jensen's like an expert on this stuff. He's an industry leader. It was just a perfect catalyst for a backside trade and overextended stocks. And I've been doing research into some of these quantum names, and most of them are pretty ugly under the hood.
Jensen's status is what makes the catalyst 10 out of 10 for you?
Yes.
Got it.
So I think that's everything I got. Does anyone want to share a trade that they took today? Even if it's a losing trade? Someone's asking about SIG. Really low volume in pre-market. Let's check out the daily. Ooh, pretty ugly gap down. Not sure what the news was here. Yeah, nice second chance. I mean, breaks low day. Get a first pop into the 9 EMA. It's like a nice little second chance scalp in here. Joe says, had a hard time getting entries today, and I think you explained it well. Yeah, it's a move to move market. From my seat, my team wasn't like too active today. Roberto, I see Roberto's hand is raised.
Good morning, Justin. How are you? Good morning for the community. Let's do Victor Kilo Tango X-ray. Nothing that outstanding. This is a very interesting easy money trade that was a mean reversion, just for showing to the community one of the trades that you can take using the recently presented playbook in the last meeting. This is an aid that seemed like it was falling following the news from LLY about the weight loss drug, but after researching deeper, I couldn't find any catalyst, either idiosyncratic nor related to LLY. So I confirmed that it was a very nice candidate for a mean reversion, and then applied the rules. 2-minute bar, high break, and then I held the trade to the VWAP. Very easy money trade using the 2-minute bar trailing stop, target to the VWAP, risking a cent from the high of day, low of day, sorry, and that's it.
Very nice. Beautiful trade, and it's nice when we have rules for our trades and the rules work perfectly where okay, we have like roughly a 2 ATR move from high of day. We're starting to speed up to the downside, starting to get away from this 9 EMA, and then you get this sort of capitulation here. Highest volume bar of the morning, we wick down to 34.50, rebid, and this is the first time we get that 2-minute bar trend break since it failed from VWAP. After the strong opening drive lower, failed from VWAP, 2-minute bar trend to the downside. We get some signs of capitulation. We take out prior bar highs for the first time since that failure from VWAP. And then Roberto's just using this really simple process of, trailing a stop using 2-minute prior bar lows. And mean reversions, at least for me, always want to be selling at least 50% into VWAP. Just really clean trade. So thanks for pointing that out to the community, Roberto.
Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, I have a question on how you would proceed in a trade. Like, let's say a trade's about to break out, and it breaks out, you get long. Let's say your stop loss was like 2 points or below the consolidation range.
Mm-hmm.
So it breaks out, you get long, and it instantly like gets stuffed. How would you go about that? Would you still take that below the consolidation range stop, or would you reduce your size there on the instant, stuff?
If okay, so it really depends what the stuff looks like and how violent it is. I mean, like if it looks like a really nice, and I'm trying to think of like a recent example of a big stuff. I can't think of one off the top of my head. But let's say it was a really violent stuff where the breakout looked really nice. We had a really clear resistance level, and the stuff gets slammed. We have a long red wick, close back below the level. I'm not going to be accepting risk to the low of the consolidation on that. I'm going to get out before I take that full stop if it's like a violent stuff. Now, if we break out and just pull, have like short-term up move, pull back to the level, the breakout level, and leak below it a little bit, that's fine. I'm not going to take anything off. But if it's like a violent stuff, I'm no longer willing to accept the risk to the bottom of the consolidation. I'm going to save myself 5-10% of, 5-10% of a daily stop. It's just not worth it.
Got it. And another question, when playing breakouts, I think I traded a NVIDIA breakout, like a range break yesterday. What day was it? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, and there was basically no volume on the break. And I kind of expected a little bit more of a momentum move. And yeah, I just saw no volume, really. Like, how would you proceed in those scenarios? Would you just scale down or exit fully?
Which trade exactly?
Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. So yeah, so it was yesterday, and it was at 9:52 a.m. Yeah.
Okay.
That candle.
Yeah. Yeah. So you do have an opening range break here. Number one, I think you need to be trading in the direction of the overall market. You want the tailwinds at your back for a trade like this, especially since we're in a downtrend. And you also want to see SMH like one of the leaders. So what I like to do is I just have a watch list of ETFs sorted by percent change from the open. This way I could see, and I think, Jeff mentioned that you were talking about like following the big money, like footprints of the big money. I think that's what he said you guys were paying attention to. Really easy. Like, I love to keep things simple. Really easy way to do that. Just have a watch list of ETFs sorted by percent change from open. So you could see what sector is leading the way for the day. I know yesterday SMH was like red near the bottom of the list. So like that's not great for this trade. But it is oversold, right? And kind of like held that 130. This is okay. So one thing that I think could help you is I don't believe in taking profits in only one way. So, I need to only use a 2-minute bar trailing stop. I'm only going to scale out into momentum. I'm only going to wait for like a break of an EMA to get out. I like to combine take profit methods. And I think if you're, for any of the new traders on this call, and for those tuning into office hours, you've probably heard me say this like 20 times, but if you're a new trader, developing trader, and you're trying to achieve consistency, like you need to be focused on not losing money and focused on defense rather than aggressive offense until you develop like your playbook and you know what your A plus trade is. With that, if I was taking this breakout, and I'm like, NVIDIA doesn't really have like a great catalyst. I don't feel confident that's going to put in the bottom. SMH isn't leading the way. What I would do is I would scale out. So like, let's say you take the breakout. One check against this is you don't have an increase in volume. The volume is just average compared to all the volume bars after 9:32. So for really good opening drives, like I love to see it like the highest volume bar of the morning, or like the second or third highest volume bar of the morning. So like you're not getting that volume confirmation, which for me would tell me start to take profits into momentum. Whereas like if you got a volume bar, maybe like 5 million shares or something like that, like right up here, clearly one of the highest volume bars of the morning, that's a trade that I'm going to be much more patient with. So you're not getting that increase in volume on the break. Red flag, start scaling out into momentum and try your best to make this a risk-free trade. From there, you get the retest, second chance scalp, and then you get that push. And, there's just a seller here. And you don't want to be stubborn. Like once you see it, try to push up again and get stuffed like that, sell more. And ideally by that time, you pretty much have a risk-free trade where, if it fails to hold the opening range high and like cracks back below it, like you're not going to lose much, or you'll even end up with like a small green trade. And that, that whole take profit method, it just stems from the fact that there wasn't an increase in volume on the break.
Got it. That makes sense. So let's say if there was a big volume and maybe SMH was leading on the day, I would assume
be more. I'm gonna do my best to hold that. And I'm probably gonna end up looking for a 1 ATR move from low of day. So and I also think, so like if market's really strong, SMH is like the top 3 sectors for the day. We're getting volume on the breakout and we're oversold. Like that's stars aligning right there. So I would, look for like a 1 ATR move from low of day, or, I think if we zoom out a little bit yesterday, look for a move that fades the gap down. So like look for a move to like 135, 136, which which is actually would have been like 1 ATR from low of day. So, just the more checks in favor that you have, the longer you want to try and hold that trade.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. And then just taking a look at the chat. All right, last thing. Joseph says RGTI was a pretty good failure today. I did notice that, and I do think that this was a pretty good trade. So we'll cover this and then we'll wrap it up. So Joe's talking about the RGTI failure. It's not the cleanest wedge, but you have a first move up, and then you sort of have like this wedge forming, if you will. Everyone that had the reversion idea missed the opening drive and has FOMO. Like they're going to be taking this trade, and this traps a bunch of buyers, and then as it fails, this is a really good short in here, just a nice momentum short. And it's all the buyers from this wedge, from the breakout of the wedge, that turned into sellers and really like push this below VWAP. So nice failed breakout. And it's like the psychology behind the move that makes it like a good short. All right, everyone, we'll wrap it up there.
Thank you.
Thanks for tuning in.
Record.
What you traded, bro? You good? I'm working on this ranging market. What's the announcement? Randy? How green are you today?
Dude, that shit is busting. Never had it before? I did. I got it last week. Oh, amazed. There's like that chip inside. It's like Chipotle on crack. Yeah, but it has like this one of the sides is like a chip tortilla.
Yeah, I feel like just going home.
You doing this to yourself or Carlton make it?
Oh, Carlton. He says, because I was locked out. You know, like last time? Yeah. I was locked out. So I texted him, like, well, G-chat him. I was like, yo, what the fuck? So I asked, I'm like, am I gonna be, how long am I gonna be locked out for? If I'm gonna be locked out, he goes, oh, I'm gonna lock your account now, but you're going to be on, you're gonna be on demo for the next days.
Just go on demo. Make it wild.
I know, but I feel like today is like the stunt. You know, I could just do.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna, yo, help me out, so how the fuck do I go on demo? Yeah. Isn't it the same thing, same password?
I don't know.
I don't know. So environment, all QA. Okay.
Yeah, I still feel like that's alright, but it's my own personal feeling. Like, why would it show? That's not fucking human error. That's fucking technology error.
What?
Like, they can make that 1500. That's for sure.
I know, right? It's so good. Probably he's doing it too, cause like yo, he probably sees that a lot. Where after you have a bad day, you come in and like revenge trade.
That's right. And then for the rest of the week, it's
It's just 2 days. 2 days. So it's today and tomorrow. So then I'm free Thursday and Friday. So I was like, yo, finish my daily goals. So I don't need access to this. Let's go home early. Instead of buying lunch, I'm going back up. And I'll probably do more work there.
That's why I think like have to be in this environment. So I can't do shit.
Oh yeah.
So so then it's like all the house shows are like fucking different on the weekends. So it's like do this every EDD just sits over. I work for 10 minutes, mop the floor for 10 minutes, go out here for like 20 minutes, go to lunch for 20 minutes.
Watch a movie for 2
Yeah,
hours.
exactly, bro. Jerk off your phone, like
Oh, that's you? No, cause I have a new keyboard for me, but it's wireless, so I don't know if I can connect it here. I don't know how reliable that is, or how confident I feel using that.
what you should do is bring your shit everywhere you go.
Tomorrow, right? Yeah, if I'm gonna be. That is true.
I'm going up like Overshot Synthesis Argentina, so it's like it's annoying because I was feeling so much better. I'm like definitely cold is gone, but I think when I was suspended
like that. Just gonna fuck with it. Your dicks don't get smaller, bro. I was trying to fuck with that. I wasn't that gifted, bro. You going for lunch?
Yeah.
What was your best trade today?
This APLD was really good. I kind of got in a little late, but not too late. Like I was kind of hoping there'd be a bounce here, and then go. But I had like a 1934 average. Wrote it down here, and then did 2 X's players. And then I caught this, bro. I started shorting again around here. I think it was like 920. Took some profits here, came back, shorted it one more time, and then I got out like 83.3. The video.
Dude, I must have hit 8 grand. Holy shit.
I got in here,
Well, how many shares?
got out there.
Everything.
You go where?
Got short here.
Oh, there? Okay. I was looking at that 134.50 rejection. For short.
134 rejection. Yeah, I missed this.
Because that's pre-market lows. Look at the pre-market, zoom out.
Yeah,
Everything was
I
gapped
missed
like
it,
we were
bro.
playing for the relative
I know
strength,
exactly what
right?
you're
I was
talking
talking
about,
to
but I'm like, that's the better
Cool
entry
PPI,
anyways.
obviously. This is like the
I did
best
try the
signal
bounce.
play, the strongest thing. The market didn't hold up
I
as
tried the
well as
bounce
this.
here.
And then once you saw this, like holding.
I didn't even like. I think I got out like right here.
Once
It's
you saw
fuck
this,
it,
like
it's not
holding
worth it.
the,
And then I tried
like,
again
pre-market
here.
high, you know?
I got stopped out right there.
Like
So.
trying to stop out, like people were stopping out here for sure and getting like wicked out that were buying this hold. And so once we saw it start hitting these lower highs,
Might be a backside now.
it used to be like feeler because if we wick 312 or 412 and like run like we did, you can't get stopped on that. Like, there's no point in taking a paper cut. Like you should be risking like 15%, but like still like able to get back in if it drops 410, you know? But
Might be the backside now.
so yeah, so it's like 10
Yeah,
to
wait
15%.
for it. I've realized, bro, you gotta wait for the last
411
point
really. But like really, I should have
resistance. You
I
can't
didn't
cheat
buy
it.
this.
This
This is like
You want to see people stuck? That's
slam it.
that's
Once
it.
these
Think
bids
about
don't
it. Who's
drop,
stuck?
My degenerate ass would have fucking got it right there, right in the middle.
415.50.
Gone caught in the middle. I'm like, what do I give it too low or do I just cut?
That shit was crazy. Tell me not.
Not doing that shit
It's like
anymore.
$10. Yeah.
You know what I
I
went
know.
back,
It was just lucky because I was in from down
and then
here.
I'm like, bro, if I just stuck with my
Crazy.
script
I know, and then
with
this
the
failed.
hitchhiker
And it was like,
yesterday, I would have had a good ass day, bro.
I bet on a 1 minute.
It was just that AMD that it turned into like idea trade.
See, that's why I don't like.
And then I stopped out at high.
But see, but once this
That's literally
bids, and then we start.
But
turning,
besides
and then
that,
this
everything
bids,
else with my
like, that
script,
could
like
be a lot.
hitchhiker, not EMA, bro, DJT.
This was like a. This was like.
Bro, the best traders just know how to sit on their hands.
Look at this.
Short.
It came up somewhere around here. I got alerted. Easy, but got out on the 9 and they break.
Hell yeah. Where at?
And then that same trade, remember I told you the e-bounce, here's the VWAP, reclaim, 39, you buy, rest in this, you take it, try and then EMA.
Bro,
From
can you
39
believe I lost that fucking trade? I lost money on that. Going
Well,
long.
when she gets it out.
We got long here, right?
I got fucking money there, stopped
It's
out.
not. It's not. That.
It was
I
so
mean, I
fucking
just got
like
surgery.
heavy on resistance. I'm like, God, it's not gonna work.
You were trading in the one, right?
Dude, when you she's gonna
No, I
be
did on the
irritable
two.
when she's like on the med.
So
they're gonna give
new
her, like,
system I have in place is 9:30, 9:45, 1 minute, pre-market 1 minute.
she's on like.
After 9, actually, I'm sorry, 9:45, 10 o'clock, giving on
And
the
I was
volume
like,
and volatility. I switched to the 2
like I
minute.
just my girlfriend said that I was
And
just
then,
like, super irritable. And, like, I was like a nice guy still, but like she was like,
I don't know, bro, I just lost my train of
yeah,
thought.
exactly.
After
And
5.
it was like,
do that. Because even on the 15, look at DJT for the 15. It looks like they probably got chopped up in there. I remember this. Like, I would have gotten long again here in the 15. Because in the 5, it looks just like those straight up ejaculate. Long this 38.60. Stop here. About 70 cents. Take it for $2. And then right here, you just like the second chance to add on this break high rate, and then you just hold.
No preferences, bro.
Right, and you may break on in the 5
No
minute.
preferences.
It's the same.
Like just name
DJT, what was
I don't know. Where we going?
Ox.
Pasta.
Like right here. It's not the baddest, but just 52.
Yes.
52, just the bark. Those easy trades with that, and then the AMD first move up short, and then rejection cover, and then these two trades like a bit. That's it, bro. So right now, like going back, I was like, yo, I had good ass days the past 3 weeks just by sticking to my daily things every day.
Okay. I don't care. Italian.
There's another place on First behind their apartment that's also in Delhi that I went to. It's pretty good. It's kind of expensive though. No, I don't know. Those investors on
Italian is just the first thing that came to my head.
Price.
Seven. What are we doing?
Huh?
What are we doing? Thursday?
I can't. Thursday's my dating. Congratulations.
I'll swear to it. But the guy just talked to me, so I just, for the longest time, I just traded one strategy and he made like 7 figures just off that one strategy. He realized he was making money, but he was losing close to equal by having like 5 different strategies. And he went through his stats and realized like this is the one that's just insane. Everyone else is kind of 50-50, so he cut those out. And he made a shit ton of money just doing that. So
That's what I was thinking.
it's capital preservation.
Because I have the hitchhiker. I go to the work already. It comes off literally almost every day. Like every day you'll get a ticket that runs. Today literally,
It's not gonna happen.
bro, look at this.
The market needs to chill. It just needs to figure out like what it wants to do, and then whenever it starts becoming directional again, that's when it just
Yeah, but at times you get these, bro. Like Fannie Mae today.
I mean, maybe you can say no.
I can't trade it for some reason. I saw it.
start? What time we leave? Yeah, this is something I'm looking at, bro.
Yeah, you see, I got caught last time. I don't know if it's just it's probably not just me, but the idiot after it puts in two plus legs, the chance of that backside just never works, bro. It'll just fucking say range
Also, look at VWAP. It's like kind of downtrending.
Yeah, I do feel like there's a stat, like based off market cap, like if it's this
Because look at
percentage of the spread.
Rigatoni's VWAP compared to this one. It's flat. Let me look at my backside spread. See if anything's coming. Because there's no volume being done to it. Trade done. classified today as like low strength, low weakness, low strength, high weakness. High weakness, right?
And then like on the daily, it's just just said you can. He just said you can't on the what's it called? On the QA account.
Because I told him, is there a way for you to, for me to like lock myself out when I hit that stop?
Yeah, so you just go max order capital. I guess I wouldn't do it.
Let me log back
Would
in.
it? Yeah.
SP Alpha, right? In production. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it says max order capital. Oh yeah, yeah. Here you go. That's simple as fuck.
Risk preference. Max total, max possession size.
Oh, dude, they have an algorithm for bid orders. Dude, you could literally just put in an algo that anytime it hits VWAP, buy the bounce, and then have like a 2%, let's say, stop loss.
And order preference?
Yeah.
Or was that on risk?
No, that's order preference.
And the level 2? Or where'd you go for that?
Oh, just right click. I guess I'd like to. Right click, settings, live order.
And command post. total loss and what would that do?
I mean, I guess that would be it. Total loss. It wouldn't work for me. Can you not get on your live at all?
I'm in life, yeah.
To do like 200.
I switched it to 1 because it's in thousands. So, okay, if I switch it to
No, that'd be 2,000. You have to do something else. Try 0.5. That'd be 500. See, that's what mine does too. And this is your live?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I gotta figure that shit out.
Because that's what he said. I can't remotely do it for you.
Why do they fucking have that?
That's what I'm saying. Because the only thing that I have here is the max loss for simple. Simple loss is 500. Max loss is this.
Wow, I can't believe I got fucking snapped out. I should start doing the opposite. Yeah, I'm thinking I make so much money if I do that.
Whatever idea you have.
Like it's setting up, I'll just do the opposite. I swear. You know what? Fuck it, dude. I'm on paper money. Tomorrow I'm doing that. Let's see if it works.
Go to AMD and look at the backside. That didn't work out. That's what I started doing some of them with the SMBs.
I gotta stop out at 10:50.
You try the fashion on late. Or what's that?
T-bone injection. I gotta give it a few more cents.
Nah, that's how you're done, bro.
Nah, it's just
You creating bad habits, but
no, it's a low flow. That's why. Low floats, they don't fucking respect prices much. But big market caps.
look at AEHR. That's what you want to see for a real rejection, bro. Lily.
What's that ticker?
your stop is the high of that candle. Because now you know you're wrong. So if you add there 50 shares, every local stop, I'm not going to trade. You're about to get stepped out.
I should get stopped now. The mirror glitch is actually nonsense.
come in. Yeah. Oh, the meeting, bro. Scalping you right now.
At it from
Recording
the
in
perspective
progress.
that maybe from the last little bit, we're seeing more weakness, but the size of the moves that are getting retraced, and remember, that's a big part of all of this, is how much of these moves are getting retraced. And if I put that in the context, how much of these moves are getting retraced? You know, we get a move in one direction. How much of these moves are getting retraced? So are we getting sizable moves to the upside? Where are the more sizable moves coming over the last few days? Yeah, they're coming to the downside. That's right. So what we're actually seeing is, and that's a little quick process to identify what sort of narrative are we in and the overall theme of the market. And I would argue the overall theme of the market is low strength, high weakness. Does that make sense? Everybody on the same page? Low strength, high weakness. Okay, great. So low strength, high weakness means that if you get really strong up moves into levels, potential areas of resistance, say 5, 10 in Qs, what should happen at those levels? We should have fades, right? They should be really, really good fade trades. Essentially, we should be downtrending, right? So when you're in a low strength, high weakness environment, all of a sudden we're thinking, okay, I'm probably looking for shorts. I'm potentially looking for momentum shorts, but especially if I get gaps up and presses into key levels, that's like the highest probability short. The momentum shorts are like a little bit lower probability, right? And then to take it a step further, are you going to want to short the strongest stocks, the weakest stocks, or stocks that are in range? Put them in that order. Strongest, weakest, or in range. You're going to want to start with the weakest, and then you're going to want to go to the ones that are in range, and then you want to stay away from the ones that are strong, because those pockets of strength can be ridiculously strong. So you want to start with the weakest, and then you want to go to the ones that are in range, and then you want to go to the ones that are strong, right? So Tesla, what is it? Strong, weak, in range. It's just in range. It's just in range. The range is 420 roughly, 420 to basically 380. And you could argue maybe it's a little tighter than that, like 385 to 420, but like it's in range. It's straight up in range. And how quickly did we go from the low of the range to the high of the range? Like basically in one day, right? We went from the low of the range from at 380 yesterday morning on the open to the high of the range at 420 today, right after the open. So you get this combination of factors. And this is where people say I'm having a tough time trading the market. That is true. But if you're more specific, a lot of times you're sidestepping those difficulties and you're actually keying in on the best trades for you. So if I tell you that you have something that is trending down in an overall low strength, high weakness environment, every up move is getting retraced more than 100%, essentially, right? Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay, great. Then we've got a stock that's in range that quickly trades from the low end of the range to the high end of the range, right? What would you expect to happen in that stock? Is it likely to break out or is it likely to fade? It's likely to fade, yes. And so we're going to go into reading the tape when it gets to that level can be this exceptionally good skill that you have, right? It can be this amazing, amazing skill because you're applying it at the right time in the right way. So this is just a basic reading the tape principle of something making a fast move into a key area. And so let's watch the tape now. Now that we've talked through all this, let's actually watch the tape. Are you ready? Okay, we're going to 1x it. We'll go 3x on the open, and then we'll go to 1x. And again, it's going to crash on me for no reason. All right. I don't know why every time I do the next gen, it like freezes for me. Let me stop sharing and see if I can get it set. Hold on. Maybe it's something with my computer, but does that happen with anybody else right now? Yeah, put that in my testimonial. That's a good one, John. I like that. Let's see. Let's see if I can close anything else that allows me to. Shouldn't matter. Just resetting. All right. Let's try this. Read up a bunch. Maybe I need to try it in a different browser. Okay. All right. Let's try it now. Oh boy. I don't like technology issues. They're the worst. Sure. We're back up and running. Hopefully. Just get so lucky that we always think that we're always used to things working so well now. Here we go. Okay. So we'll go to 3x because it doesn't matter where it is at 415. Does 415 matter at all? Does the 415 price matter really at all? No. And so it's not really even a trade. So even if we're reading the tape right now, are we doing ourselves a service or a disservice by reading the tape right at 415 right on the open? A complete disservice, right? it means nothing to us. But we can use the chart and the bars to tell us. So you get this really good down through open, right? You can watch it and you can say, if this closes up, then I'll really look for something special. But, you know, you saw it fade already, so it's not really that great of a trade. You get that second leg and you're like, okay, now I can probably take it. We're up through 415, stop 412.5. I'm risking 2 points. But the reality is I'm thinking this could go to 420. Is it a worthwhile trade? No, not at all, right? And then even there it would stop you out and then maybe turn into like a gap give and go, right? You could argue this is a gap give and go now. But again, I'm not focused on the tape because I don't think that this is really great risk reward. It's a decent probability that it goes to 420, but it's not great risk reward, even if I get it. It's like a 2 to 1. So a 2 to 1, even at like a 65% probability, is not like a great opportunity. I'd rather get something that I can really risk a little bit better on. Does that make sense? So that's why I'm not really worried about reading the tape when it's right there. Anybody have any questions about that? I could read the tape off the open. We could really focus in on it, but the reality is it's just not. I call spots like this like an almost land, where it's like, or a mirage spot, because like you think it could be an area of importance, but the reality is it's not at all. It's like, you know, $4 or $5 away from an area of importance. And then your risk reward tends to get completely skewed because if I'm thinking, you know, the traders are actually doing this, like the bigger participants are in the market, it's just something that I need to see 420. I can't really participate here. Justin, this is a good question. I'm not understanding that scalp not being a good value at 2 to 1 at 60% probability. Okay, so this is, I'm glad somebody asked this question. I didn't expect this question to come up, but I'm glad somebody asked it. Let's talk through this. If I think I can take a 2 to 1 at 60% probability, or I can take a 4 to 1 at 70% probability if it gets into that level at 420, which one am I going to take? Absolutely, right? And so me sitting there and saying, okay, it's probably a 2 to 1 at 60% probability, it doesn't mean I can't take it. But if my bet sizing, and these are the two things that we're going to focus on so much on the desk this year. One is, well, entries and exits are going to be so important for us, and we'll drill those so much more in this meeting and any other meeting. The second thing, and then collaboration, which we're making some big changes, and that'll come. And then really quick update, you'll get some cheat sheets from Rose is going to send at least one out this week, so I'm excited about that. And then maybe another one later, we'll see. But so we've got a lot of good things cooking right now. But these questions are really valid questions because they're so important. If I am taking the 2 to 1 at 60% and I'm risking 10% of my stop or 5% of my stop or whatever, mentally, am I going to be in the spot to probably be able to take the 4 to 1 at 420 or a failure at 420? Or is there a chance that I'm going to be burnt out? So the reality of the situation is you could take that. You could take that, right? But the emotional capital, and Lindy put that perfectly, the emotional capital of taking this trade at a 2 to 1 or taking a higher probability trade with the potential to actually fade. You know, Tesla's gone from 420 to 380 a bunch of times. Is there a chance it breaks out? Yeah. Is there a chance it breaks out on this news catalyst? Sure. But I would rather wait and look for a turn at 420 or above than try and fight for 415 to 420. If I was in from 380 and then caught that news catalyst, like totally different story, right? If I'm in for much better prices and trading it up to 420, like, you know, I might think that. But I would expect that there's going to be a decent amount of selling at 420. Why? Because it just went up 40 points. It went up 10% in a day and a half or a day and a quarter off of a headline, right? So am I thinking people might be taking profits there? Yeah. So it's really coming down to managing yourself and your risk allocation. And risk allocation is just as much about emotional capital as it is with your actual physical capital. This is a problem so many people run into early on in their trading career, and it's one of the things that holds people back for so long. Is you see a 2-to-1 at 60%, and you're like, I got to take it, and you're not really thinking about the trade in its entirety of where it's actually a really good trade. And that boils into your bet sizing, it boils into your execution, and everything else. So just, Justin, I'm glad you asked that question. It really helped everything. All right, let's get into the trade. First of all, I would have alerts or had alerts at, put alerts up at 418, 419, 420, 421, 422. 418, 419 trigger almost at exactly the same time, seconds apart from each other. So all of a sudden I'm paying attention to Tesla, right? Seeing it come up to 420, and this is where I'll slow the tape down a ton. So this is where finally I actually have a reason to pay attention to Tesla. We're getting into 420. Do I expect that it's going to fail at 420 right away as I'm setting the expectation for the trade? No, not at all. Especially not after this little opening range break, right? So I'm less aggressive already with the trade, with what I'm looking for in the tape. My eyes are very much focused on between the bid and the ask. And that selling at 65 is really interesting. And I notice it backs away, but then what do the buyers do? They come right back up. What do the sellers do? They're kind of fighting at that 65 to 70 area, right? 419.65 to 419.70. That's really where that fight is kind of being put up. So now the bidders step through there, or they try and step through there, but they're not really able to step through there very cleanly, can they? Why is that interesting? It's very interesting to me because that's an area of contention before there being a real reason for it. Would I expect sellers at 420? Yeah. Would I expect sellers at 419.60? Not 65? Not really. And so I'm putting that in the back of my mind as a sort of a sticky price, if that makes sense. So size on the offer coming into 420, that makes more sense, right? Goes through 420 with a spray, that makes sense to me. Again, I'm now putting my eyes much more on the bid than I am on the offer. So notice my eyes have gone from 50-50, and I think you can see my cursor so you can see kind of where it is, to my eyes on the bid. And the reason my eyes are on the bid is I really want to see if there's a buyer that just completely drops. And what that means is that buyer is getting overwhelmed by the sellers that are there. So I don't mean a single buyer that drops. What I'm really doing is, are the bidders going to be able to take this through, or are the sellers just going to walk it right down? And that's the way that I'm doing it. And you see how it dropped to 20 and then went up to 50 and then 60. And let's see, it drops 20. What happens? I can't short it right there on that because look how quick the rebid is. And this is 1x, right? I'm noticing there are sellers there at that 20, at 420. But notice how quickly the buyers are coming back in. So I don't have a change and I don't have a trade. I just have price action around 420, which is an area of importance, but I don't have anything clear there. The buyers are stepping in so much more aggressively now. And this is where my expectation for the trade changes, where I should be getting some acceleration above 420. So what happens if the buyers can't keep that acceleration? That's my first sign that maybe the sellers are going to overwhelm them. So now that I'm sitting here and watching this 422, 422.50. Okay, hold up. Did anybody else just notice that? We'll go back and watch it one more time because I think it's so important. Okay. Here's the acceleration, right? We're seeing this sort of speed up. 422.50. We'll go to half speed too. One more time. Okay, notice where we are. We're in that 420 battle, right? Watch the bid only. And this is so important to make sure you're understanding because we know we're hyper focused on the tape. And we know we're cooling ourselves down by focusing on the tape. We're not getting more amped up. You might hear me getting more amped up, but that's just because I think the opportunity's there. But in reality, if I was trading this, I would actually get, somebody called it colder than a polar bear's toenail. That was the term they used, where you're just getting super focused and actually super cold. Like you're actually physically cooling yourself down. It's an Outcast lyric. I was wondering who that was from. Somebody used that and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. It was an older guy. I was like, that's pretty good. Okay, but watch the bid. Watch the bid. You're cooling yourself down here in this moment because you know it's potential for a big moment. First of all, as this trade is setting up, if this trade is setting up, right? Where do I think this could go? If it fails 420, where do I think it should go? Remember, it's a move to the up into resistance. Where's the minimum it should go if it actually fails? I think it should go at least low of day. So that puts it down to 411, something like that. So I'm thinking 10 points before I even get involved, or 9 points before I even get involved, right? A very fast move into resistance. Ultimately, it could make its way down to the lows, but at least it should fail, right? If it's going to hold higher, what's going to happen? We could see that quick failure, but remember NVIDIA from like a week ago when NVIDIA didn't even get below like 419, or the equivalent of 419 from a price perspective. It like dropped out, rebid instantly. I think it rebid off the like 9 EMA or VWAP or like whatever, right? Like that's going to be my test is the first. So this is all happening before the trade even sets up. And this is not reading the tape, but this is sort of the idea. I'm thinking this is a rubber band and it should go to VWAP and then it should go basically to low of day. I think this is a really solid B. Yes. Maybe a B plus, but definitely a solid B. Okay. So my risk allocation is accordingly. I think the opportunity is a B opportunity, and I think the trade, the way it's setting up, is a B plus with that scream into resistance. And then maybe it could turn into an A depending on the tape. But let's get back to the tape, okay? Let's focus on the tape just for a second here. Because it drops out, and remember, we're half speed. Drops 420, immediately rebids 420. That's telling me it's not like a short right there, high of day stop. It's just not, right? It also tells me if I'm long, if I'm the person that took that trade long, I don't have a reason to sell it. Remember, this is half speed, so there's, this is slower than normal, but there's nothing I need to be doing right now. If I'm long or looking to short, there's nothing I need to be doing. My eyes are only on the bid. Now you see that acceleration. You see how we went from balance around 420 to a quick acceleration above, like to 422 almost? That's acceleration. Okay? That's different. Post it in the chat if you see a change. Okay, you see size at 422.30. Press to 422.30 above, and then there. That is a change. Did everybody see how we went to 422.30? That stacked offer wasn't it. That was a part of it, but the bid stepped through it, right? What should happen off a stacked offer if the bid step through it? What should happen? What should basically the next price be? 423 roughly, right? Yeah. It shouldn't drop out like that though. Watch this right here. Boom. Right? Now my eyes go directly to the offer. And I want to see, does the offer let it lift above 422.30 for any time, or are the sellers stepping in? Right? That is where my eyes go now. Mainly because I think that there was a failure that already occurred. So my eyes went from the bid to the offer because I think that there was potentially a failure that already occurred. Now I can be thinking at least it should go to 420, right? I'm risking maybe a point and at least it can go to 420, and I'm watching the offer to see, does the offer step down? Does the offer step down? Does the offer step down? And did we see that? Now we see it. And I keep asking my question, is the offer in control? Are the sellers in control now? Are there sellers that bought at the low of the range that are so happy it's at the high of the range, they're just going to take their profits? That is such an important thing to understand when you get into these trades where when we're in a downtrending tape or a low strength, high weakness environment, and then that's coupled with a name that makes a very fast move from the low of the range to the high of the range. Every time it lifts, every time I see the offer lift, I'm in the back of my mind thinking, how quickly do they step back down? How quickly do they step back down? How quickly do they step back down? Because that's showing me the urgency on the part of the sellers. This is the first part where I'm like, maybe this could get a little dicey. So I'm watching the offer even more closely here. And do they care at all? A little bit, right? The bidders are trying, but does the offer care? You see how it goes up to 420.40, right? What was that price from earlier that we saw, the kind of sticky price? What was that price? 419.65, remember? Yep, John nailed it. 419.65. So that becomes my sort of line in the sand for a backside. If I wanted to wait and not even take this trade, that 419.65, that oddly sticky price, becomes my line in the sand. At this point, I'm thinking the sellers should be in control. And so pops like this are scary, but are they reasons to exit my position? I don't think this is a Bella fade. I actually think it's more of a rubber band style. I think the Bella fade is if it ran up to 420 right on the open from like 412, and it didn't. It consolidated and then went. But that unusual buying was there. The risk is high of day. Yeah. And once in a while you get like a quick spray through high of day, and that's why I'm watching it so closely on the offer. But like sometimes that high of day spray is like nasty, but the best ones don't. That's why it's so important to get that size in at like 421.50 or something like that, because it can just evaporate, especially when it's a fast move into resistance. Does that make sense? Pretty much right after we saw that trade, that change, and then the sellers step in, that's where you get in. All right. Technically, you could say you get in after it takes out the low from the prior bars, which would be here. But I don't like that as much. I like kind of the more aggressive entry when you have the tape on your side. If it holds 420 for 5 minutes, what do I do? And that's a broad rule of thumb, but if it holds 420 for 5 minutes, yeah, I got to be out, right? If it tests down below 419.60 and does not follow through, what do I do? You got to kind of be really careful with your trade at that point. Okay? We'll let it play forward just for a minute. Oops, there we go. We'll let it play forward just for a minute, because you're looking for that spot, that moment where this turns into that was a good entry to this is a really good trade. And I'm watching the bid more now because I'm like, I wonder, are they going to spray it up and then it's going to fail, or is this going to go higher, or what's going to happen? But the fact that we've got this consolidation right here makes me think if we get a 4/1965 break, I've got now a backside that I can easily take, right? Distinct lower low, distinct lower high. Now I can take that trade. I think the tape is pretty neutral right now, honestly. I don't think it's a maybe -5, maybe, -5 mainly because you see the bidders can't really get it above 421. But that's a good question. Like if you were scoring the tape, what would you score it? I would say -5. I don't think it's really that negative, but the bidders just can't get the job done. Now I'm watching it. Okay, we try and get below that 420 again. 4/1965 can't. Now my eyes go back to the offer. Let's see if they lift it. That felt different. That feels like they're going to crack it this time. There's the crack. There's the short. Risk against, say, 421.50. See if the seller stepped through. Cover half at VWAP. Cover the other half at low a day. If I was going to swing this trade, if I wanted to, I could use like 417.50 as part of it. But I have to remind myself in this moment that this is a higher time frame setup driving this trade. I'm making the same scalps that we teach. What is 417? 417.20 is just this area of consolidation. It's like basically pre-market high and that area. But if it only pulls into 417 off of this, a lower time frame trade would be an area that's like not on a daily chart. Like 420 is clear on the daily chart and the hourly chart. A lower time frame trade would be just trading the price action of the day itself, right? A lower time frame trade would be that's a failure. It's coming into 417. I'm going to trade it off of that time frame because that's where the buyers are. That's where the sellers were previously, so I expect that to act as support. But now I'm thinking it can go further. Or 412, that would be a lower time frame. So thinking about the intraday participants only. Am I thinking this is only intraday participants in this name? Given the higher time frame setup? No. I'm thinking there are higher time frame participants in this name. So I want to allow them to pay for me. To pay for the trade for me, right? I want their profit taking to be my profits as well. So me covering the way I normally would in a scalp like this at 417 or something like that doesn't really put me in the right position, right? Because we did all the work to be in a higher time frame trade. And with that, we really want to let that work for us, okay? This is one of those examples where you're like, this is a higher time frame trade. The tape really did set up for me right up here with that really distinct failure. And then that walk down and through with the backside. So I can let that work for me. Who I expected to be there with those really exuberant buyers that were there and took it above 420, but those really steady sellers, I want to be there as long as those sellers are there, and I think they should at least take it to low of day. Does that make sense? So that's why I wouldn't take that opening range break trade, because this is such a better trade for me. Even taking the one at 419.65 and covering it at 415.60, right? That's 4 points and I'm risking 1. Roughly, or maybe 1.5, or maybe 2, right? So maybe I don't cover there and maybe I cover low of day, whatever it is, right? But the reality is this whole trade is kind of, that's the ad, and the real trade is kind of off that turn, and then I'm looking for low of day. I would expect that pre-market, you mean this pre-market consolidation here? That's a good question, Justin. Like this 412.50? Why would I be worried about that? Who do I expect to be involved? Higher time frame participants, right? People that were in at 380-ish and selling at 420-ish, right? Why would they care about this pre-market consolidation? They're just going to sell it. Historically, what happens is they at least stop the people out low of day, right? So they just will walk it down to low of day, at least. And then I can figure out what it is. So right here, where you're trailing your stop, 9 EMA. No, I wouldn't. I would actually trail my stop to like this 420.50 area. Now, so I'm probably like break even. Maybe I've covered my momentum lot that you would add on that little backside. And so I'm making a rubber band with a backside right there. Okay. And then my stop would probably be right around there. My stop typically should be above here, but the reality is I expect this trade, given the fast move into a key resistance area and the failure, to kind of come off pretty quick. All right, we'll wrap there. Thank you, everybody, for giving me this opportunity. I really love putting the combination of the opportunity with specific trades, and I feel like we did that today. The opportunity being a fast move from, kind of key support into key resistance in a downtrending tape or a low strength, high weakness market environment. So if you were to categorize this whole thing, it would be market environment is low strength, high weakness, right? Second, you get a very aggressive volatility and range setup. And you're not really sure if it's a breakout of range or a volatility in range. That's where you go to the tape. And then you get a rubber band trade with a backside. And then maybe even a fashionably late, depending on how it went. But I would think that the fashionably late will not occur because it's likely that this should evaporate so quickly below VWAP that the fashionably late wouldn't be a great entry. Okay? Thank you very much. We will continue to drive this market environment and other variables into the setups for the specific trades. One of the things I'm working on with our team is adding this into Scalp Radar. So those of you that have Scalp Radar already will be able to go in and study this context and learn more about it. A lot of it is what we talked about last week, and then some other information that we'll add on there. So those of you that have Scalp Radar, we think that's so important to make sure you're getting right because it's going to improve the probability of the trades in the trading courses. So that's a big priority for me to make sure. So the cheat sheet from Rose will be the breaking news cheat sheet. That should come out. I don't know. I think she was going to send it out today or tomorrow or something like that. So I'll try and talk with everybody tomorrow. Hope everybody the best. Bye.
Check out SIG viewer rejection. Okay, Jeff.